Mic test, mic test.
One, two, three, four, five. Good morning. So yesterday we started to so the first part of the course was dedicated to blockchain technology, and the second part of the course is roughly dedicated to different applications and case studies. So we started with it yesterday when we considered digital identity management and the role blockchain plays in this context, and we continue today and also for the rest of the course. So this lecture is about some blockchain applications, some case studies, definitely not an exhaustive coverage. But specifically in this lecture we are focusing on supply chain management. So what is supply chain? It's a network of individual organizations involved in creating a product and delivering it to the consumers. So in this simple example, there is supplier of raw material, there is manufacturer, and there is wholesaler who would be delivering goods and products to, say, pharmacies, hospitals, and eventually they would be used by the end user, by the customer or consumer. So in realistic supply chains, there are many more elements or participants in the chain. So a typical scale of, well, of course, depends. There are some small supply chains, but say in a typical manufacturing, say pharmaceutical, say medical products, there could be up to 100 different participants, right? So that would be like typical scale of a supply chain. So some examples. Energy distribution, right? So here I would probably use actually the example from my home country, Norway, because in Norway there is like strict separation between roles in energy distribution. There is a producer of energy, there is distributor of energy, there is provider of the infrastructure, and those three are all different organizations, right? So, for example, it's possible for an end customer to choose different producer of energy on a daily basis. So you have just an app on your cell phone, and you can say, okay, today I'll be buying energy from that producer. But still would be using the same infrastructure provider. Okay, so various sources of energy generation. So energy may come from a battery. Energy may come from like global producer of energy. Energy may come from micro producer. So people are installing micro turbines in their homes, right? And in Norway there are a lot of rivers and in a lot of mountains. So most of the energy produced is due to hydro, right? So someone living next to a river would be installing micro turbine in the river, and this way would be producing small amounts of energy and would be injecting this energy into the power grid, right? But on a global scale, it's also possible to buy from other countries. So there is a lot of energy trade between the countries in Europe as well. So this gives you the idea of the scale of supply chain in the case of energy distribution. Okay, other examples. Logistics, how to track, say, warehouses, billing, invoices, food chain supply, agricultural supply chain, which is also related to food chain, manufacturing, and there are many more. We are going to see many more in the course of this lecture. So why supply chain? Because the roles in a supply chain are inherently distributed, right? There is no one entity or one manufacturer which can be responsible for all. Like farmers growing cattle and producing dairy products, or sort of gaining milk from the cows, would not be the same entity which is, say, producing dairy products, which would not be the same entity as the shop, right? Like in the early days of the civilization, maybe like the same person could do all those jobs. But today we have very strict separation of responsibilities. So the role of each entity is different. And there is a need to regulate the relations between those entities, right? So due to regulating the relations between the entities in the supply chain, we can get higher productivity, better efficiency, and accordingly better profits. So we can also provide more, like we can plan better in terms of how to deliver the products, right? Because the times when the shop is open do not necessarily need to be the times when the manufacturer is available. And this way, of course, it's much easier to reach to customers at global scale. So the problem of supply chain management, or I'll use the abbreviation of SCM in this lecture, is to manage all the cycles and all the interactions between all the roles and all the players, all the entities in a supply chain. So, and indeed there are many decisions to be taken, right? So, so how do you select how you as, say, one entity responsible for one role in the chain, how do you select the supplier of the raw material, and how do you select to whom you deliver your products, right? Is there some centralized planning for the entire chain, or does each element in the chain autonomously decide whom to use? Okay, then even if I know who my suppliers are, I still need to manage the relations with them, right? Like procure the goods, keep track of everything, and that means logistics. So I need a warehouse for the goods. I need to manage the space. I need to manage the time. Of course, I need to keep orders, billing. I need to take care of the transportation, or at least make sure that the transportation is functional. And on the other hand, I need to plan the production of the goods. So even planning, and the algorithms for scheduling when to order, when would it be optimal to order which good, and how to use the available resources. And say at the factory where you have many machines, how do you use those machines in an optimal fashion? All those are quite difficult questions. And you also need to forecast the demand and organize the sales and plan the distributions, right? So there are so many different activities all involved in supply chain management. Of course, on the other hand, you get many technical challenges. So to what extent the construction of the supply chain need to be totally bottom-up, and to what extent it can be top-down. And it's also interesting that like different countries, different cultures, different domains, application domains, would use completely different techniques to this end. So the demand forecasting, I mean, like how to make it accurate, because it would never be 100% accurate. Repudiation, how do we record the claims? Repudiation means that a person can essentially say something which would be, or even send a message. The interaction between two chains in a supply chain, two elements in a supply chain would need to be recorded, right? And later analyzed, because otherwise it could be misinterpreted. And someone may claim that, no, I have not said that. I meant something else. That's very common in such interactions. So there is also a need to resolve disputes, of course. And how do you build the trust? How do you build a reputation? How do you ensure the transparency of the information? How do you monitor all the goods being delivered? How do you track? How do you verify the compliance with all the agreements? How do you make sure that the information, that the goods are secure? How do you make sure that the goods are delivered, say, in a good condition? How do you make sure that the information in the agreement between two parties is not leaked? It's not available to the competitors. And of course, like the process of billing and management, and managing also the cost for end users and determining the price of the end products. All those are technical challenges in supply chain management. Okay, so what role can blockchain use in this in supply chain management? So supply chain in blockchain, I mean, usually such applications are not built with the help of just one technology. You need a combination of different technologies. So you would be using smart contracts with blockchain, with the IoT, and sometimes you would also use AI. So what role would each technology play in this case? Well, IoT is absolutely mandatory. The user, because there is a need to use sensors to monitor so many elements in the cycle. So to give you an example, like goods in a ship, would, so we've had a joint project with a major global operator of maritime logistics. So in a ship, when you send the goods, you would be monitoring humidity, temperature. You would be sometimes would be monitoring it like a presence of some of maybe some elements in the air. Well, not only air pollution, but also say if the product how like if the, if the product maybe is spoiled, there is a way to detect that depending on the product. You would be monitoring the level of vibration in the ship. And all of this you would be doing by using sensors, right? So all of this needs to be automatic, and the sensor would send information to the to some data center, right? And the data center would store this information and process and analyze this information. And of course, this needs to be done on each and every step. Okay, so there are many challenges here, right? How to make sure that the information is correct? How do you make sure that the sensor is not malfunctioning? How do you make sure that the sensor is not being tampered with deliberately? So there is technology for counter, like for preventing tampering with the sensors. So that's the role of IoT, and of course the use of tags. Essentially, it's common in the supply chain to tag each and every product, and it's like the RFID technology. So it would be some unique ID assigned to each and every product. So for example, there are applications where, like on your cell phone, where you say you go shopping, and each product would have the tag and would be also sending information using IoT. So the app on your cell phone would be able to show them the manufacturer of the product, when it was produced, maybe trace it back to individual components. I'll give more examples in this lecture. Okay, so that's about IoT. AI and ML, of course, help you with the forecasting the future. That's one of the probably main reasons to use AI in this context. So smart contracts and blockchain help with the elimination of intermediaries and also improve transparency. So so if the sensor is not tampered with, then the information is reliable, then we can make sure that the information is recorded on blockchain, and that increases transparency and verifiability of the information. So I can tell you about some projects like in the European and also North American context. So they in North America, in one project, they try to allow tracking of dairy projects. So for each dairy project, you can track it to the cow which produced the milk, and not only this, you can track it to the producer of the food that the cow was consuming during the period when the cow was producing the milk. So even some, like, you can get images of the cow, so and you can do it like for each dairy products, so that there was full traceability, and they tried to achieve it for blockchain. Similarly, for coffee, say you order coffee, you can track it to the plantation where the coffee beans were produced. And again, using blockchain. So use of blockchain in that context can enhance the security and also facilitate automation through the use of smart contracts. And also help with, through transparency, we can also prevent counterfeit with high probability. So this is the general idea. Now I'm going to mention a few specific case studies of the technology. The case studies are mostly taken from the Indian context. So the first case study is a property chain in India, where the chain is designed, so the technology of property chain has been designed and developed by Center of Excellence in Blockchain Technology, National Informatics Center, that's financed by the government of India. And the idea is to record and store property and land records in secure manner using the blockchain technology, but not only to register the land records, also to register all various transactions involving land ownership between the stakeholders, and linking those transactions in a sequential order. So the different entities from which information would be flowing in and stored on the chain would be of course individual citizens and the registry and the government, but it would also include, say, court orders, banks, and loans, and so on. So there is obviously an ecosystem surrounding real estate, and transactions within each transaction within the ecosystem would be registered on property chain. So there is also, of course, question of distribution, right? So property transaction can take place in multiple locations, and of course the idea is that the blockchain helps with tamper proofing. In the province of Karnataka, there are several applications such as Bhumi, e-Ast, e-Svatal. So in those applications are integrated with property chain for recording the transactions and state of the property. So how is it implemented? What's the conceptual idea behind the architecture? Well, I wish I could have like more specific details, but so I can only speak at a high level. But at a high level, it looks like you can see in this depiction. So there is property chain, which is the blockchain. There is off-chain database, both are used, and services are built on top of that. So the services would include document storage, document retrieval, user registration, authentication, and so on. And then there is an API towards individual users, and of course all users need to be authenticated and authorized in order to use it. So some of the users would be financial institutions, and Some of the users would be revenue department, and so on. And of course, the whole architecture makes heavy use of digital signatures and dedicated or sort of also using network protection technologies. Next case study I'm going to mention is logistic chain. And not just any logistic chain, it's for drugs. So in drug logistic chain is the drug supply chain established using blockchain technology to record the transactions. So in this chain you have the producer, pharmaceutical producer, transporter, warehouse, quality lab, hospital, and patient. And obviously there are also pharmacies, even though not depicted here. So again, used by the province of, by the state of Karnataka. So it's integrated with blockchain, and the purpose of blockchain is to record the transactions related to movement of drugs from the manufacturer to supplier to warehouse, and that also smart contracts are used in order to provide the checks and balances in each state and ensure compliance. So obviously there are many issues that such an application requires protection from, and the auditability of blockchain helps with monitoring those issues over time. So for example, a patient can check the details of the manufacturer, expiry details of the medicine, and the quality of the medicine before consumption. And there is also support for recall. Sometimes if they find a problem with the medicine, they need to recall the medicine, the product, right? And the question is how to perform a recall, how to reach to all the customers who already purchased the product. So it's not like with cars, because all car owners are registered, but not if you purchase a medicine, you are usually not registered if you go to the pharmacy and just purchase a medicine. So for the use of blockchain now, all this information can be reliably stored on the chain, or more precisely with the help of the chain, and then and that facilitates the execution of recalls in those cases you need them. I can talk about another case study, not from the Indian context. It's mostly like in Switzerland, but also other parts in Europe. So development of medicine. So it's pharmaceutical, but it's a different application. It's development of medicine. So development of medicine requires a lot of research, a lot of trial and error methods, right? So you take some a molecular constitution as the basis, and you try to change it, and you try to evaluate the effect in a clinical trial, and then you record the results, right? And usually it's a large-scale collective method, right? Because like different labs would be trying different modifications to the molecular structure. And the thing is how to make sure that the information about the clinical trials is correct. How to make sure that because obviously there are a lot of financial incentive to fake the results of the trial. So how to ensure non-repudiation, meaning that someone would not be able to lie about the results of the trial, but also how to ensure that the information, say, about particular attempt to change the molecular structure would be available, widely available to other labs and shared. So that's the context of the application, and then the idea was to record such trials at large scale and share them through blockchain. Of course, the molecular, the information about molecules itself can be too large to put on blockchain, but the blockchain can be used to secure this information, even if it's stored in an offline database. So in the last lecture on blockchain-based or blockchain-assisted storage, I will discuss such hybrid storage systems. But this is yet another case when there is a use of blockchain, even though it's not a classical supply chain, but you can view it as such. Okay, coming back to the Indian context, there is another interesting application called the blood bank, application. And the objective is to ensure that the patient gets safe blood. So safe blood means, of course, quality of blood, means the right type of blood, means that the blood is not contaminated, and of course doesn't contain any disease or anything. So donor history can be known, even though it's interesting because in many cases you are not allowed to know personal information about the donor, right? You're not allowed to know the name of the donor, for example, but you should still be able to know some of the medical history. So there is an interesting trade-off here between privacy and quality of assurance. Yeah, there is also expiry of the blood supply, so expiration date can also be verified. And there is also a question of availability of blood at the different places. So in this use case, the idea is to record transactions right from donor registration to hospital and other important properties of blood like group testing, temperature maintained, and store all this information on chain, or again maybe in a hybrid system, but with the help of chain. So I mean, this is obviously a life-critical application, which is presumably more important than other like fun applications such as tracking dairy products. So in this lecture, we have used the information provided by the Government of India, specifically the Center of Excellence in Blockchain Technology, about those use cases. And that's the end of the lecture. I would like to thank you.
Hello. Okay, very good morning to all. Sorry for that minor disruption. So I'll be taking the lecture on blockchain-enabled smart grid energy management. The contents of my next two sessions are going to be basically significance of the energy sector. We cannot deny that. Evolution of Indian power grids, and then what is the application of blockchain in Indian power grids and otherwise also, because not everything has been implemented in India. So we'll talk about the applications of blockchain for energy grids. We definitely know this is quite a popular slide. If I have to mention the most critical information infrastructures, energy comes at the first, for the simple reason that none of the others would exist unless there is a provision for energy to be supplied. Therefore, energy is the most critical infrastructure, information infrastructure of a cyber physical system which needs to be protected. And hence, blockchain has its own role to play in that process. If we talk about India, we are a very big nation, not only in terms of population, in terms of the complex power grid, the nature of the complex power grid also. We are amongst the world's largest power grids, energy grids, and we span over 32,000 kilometers from north to south and 2,900 kilometers from east to west, 3,200 kilometers from north to south and 2,900 kilometers from east to west. Such is the vast thing, and we have diverse population with different literacy rates. So there are good amount of challenges when you have to supply power to this wide population with different mindsets. Okay. In such a country, let us see how our power grid has evolved over the last 35 years. Not that before that it is not important. It is definitely important even before that, but the significant 35 years, last 35 years, they had made a path to what today we are discussing. Very initially, if I start from 1990s or before that, I mean 1991 and prior to 1991, our Indian grid was subdivided into 5 regional grids. Even till today, we operate as 5 regional grids: the northern regional grid, northeast, southern, eastern, and western. These are the 5 names of the regional grids. We are in the state of Maharashtra and Goa. This part of is western grid of the country. What was happening back then, prior to 1991, was that Indian grid frequency, we are supposed to operate, we do operate at 50 hertz frequency. You understand 50 hertz, whenever you buy any electrical equipment, you can see its rating, 230 volt. If I plug in into that, it's a 230 volt single phase supply. This doesn't need an electrical engineering background. This is something, everything that I will be talking today is nothing to do with electrical engineering or the prerequisite to know about too much of electrical engineering. It is something that we are dealing with day in, day out. We, as a grid, we operate at 50 hertz. There are other countries which operate at 60 hertz. There is one country, Japan, which operates both at 50 and also 60 hertz. So there are such things. Overall in the world, 2 frequencies are only operating. So that is why when you buy some equipment you bring from US or some other, you have an adapter which converts one frequency to other frequency. Now back then, before 1990s, we are supposed to operate 50 hertz, but each regional subgrid, okay, they have their own generating power stations, they have their own load centers. If you see this picture, we know that some of the major load centers of our country lies in southern India, Mumbai, Delhi, and to some extent Kolkata. This part also, this part also. So this part I would actually say is energy thirst all the time, even till date. always it needs energy. How much ever you provide, it would need much more. Okay, northeastern part doesn't have so much of energy requirement. Again, that is still holding good till today. On the contrary, this is one side of it is the load requirement, the demand requirement, the power requirement. The other side is the generation. Who is generating you so much? Who is giving you so much of generation? Northeastern part of the country is rich in hydroelectrical power generation. And there is also at this part you have coal mines, Talcher, and other parts. You have many coal mines across the country. So I would just try to say that there are different sectors of the country where some places demand is high, energy demand is high. At some places, energy generation, power generation is high. So you will have to transfer that high power generated from one location to other location, because of which Indian grids have multiple voltages. You all know that this is the least voltage. We are operating at 230 volt. You have 11 kilovolt, 33 kilovolt, 66 kilovolt. The transmission tower lines that you see, they are much higher. India's highest voltage is 765 kilovolt. It is in AC. You all definitely know we have AC and DC. We operate in both AC and DC. So AC is 765 kilovolt, DC is 800 plus minus 800 kilovolt. World's largest, first, I would say world's first multi-terminal HVDC link is in India. Anyway, that may not be relevant at this moment, but that was the case. 50 hertz we are all supposed to operate, but each subgrid operated at little minor variation, plus minus 2 hertz. It's not a joke. Some grid was operating where energy requirement was high. It was operating at 48 hertz, and some fellow was operating at 51 hertz, 52 hertz. It went up to that. So this is a very dangerous thing. 50 hertz plus minus 0.5 hertz is acceptable. Even till date, a grid code talks about 50 hertz, 49.5 hertz to 50.5 hertz is the acceptable band. However, we have become so beautiful and today's date that we operate even in lower bandwidth is much smaller. Okay? So the point is that this was the condition way before 1991, where subgrids were operating at different frequencies, and to transfer power from one subgrid to one regional grid to another regional grid, there were issues because you cannot transfer synchronization. There are other electrical issues. So eventually, what the country has decided is that they have at a distribution sector, there is a lot of indiscipline, but we are talking about on a transmission sector. That point in time, they have introduced a very important tariff, penalty-based tariff, which is called availability-based tariff, frequency-based tariff, availability-based tariff. That was one mechanism, and unscheduled interchange, second important mechanism, which helped grids to become more disciplined. Transmission grids very particularly. So in 1991, what happened was the eastern and northeastern, this entire thing was made into one. Okay, they started operating in synchronization. 50 hertz or 48 hertz, 49 hertz, both were operating at the same frequency. So they were united, I can say. Subgrids do continue, but still they are operating in synchronization. Then March 2003, this entire sector, the central, the eastern, northeastern, western, eastern and northeastern, everything started operating in synchronization. In August 2006, the entire northern grid operated in one synchronization. And on December 31st, 2013, or tomorrow morning is 1st January 2014, our entire country has become one grid, one nation, one grid, and one frequency, which is 50 hertz frequency. So this happened in a way, I can say, 1st January 2014 or 31st December 20, that midnight, we have synchronized the entire Indian grid. It's a big thing, okay? Because when we talk about a country with this vast population, diverse mindsets, people and grids, managing a grid of this magnitude is not a joke. Okay, it is quite challenging, and we really don't even understand sitting at here. Okay, so this is the magnificence of the Indian grid. If I talk about the installed capacity of our grid, We are 47%, we are thermal based generation, okay? These are the numbers taken from existing, January 2025 data was only available. So just made a pie chart of it. The coal base is 47%, and then solar, wind, hydro, biomass, nuclear, oil and gas, small hydro. Altogether, if we have to say, this is the thing. So renewables, we are not bad. We are actually growing at a good rate. Say 7, 8 years back, 10 years back, the numbers were different, and the rate at which we are growing on renewables, both wind and solar power, is magnificent. Almost 45% of our generation is through renewables. When I say renewables, I mean wind, solar, biomass based, except for coal and nuclear power and gas, diesel, that rest of the things come under renewables because they are as such not emitting carbon dioxide, right, green gases. So this is our condition, okay, as on today. So as I proceed further, I want all of us to understand that for a successful electrical grid operation, there are mainly 3 entities we need to take care, protect, secure, where excess data exchange is happening. Sector 1 is generation sector. Sector 2 is transmission sector, power transmission sector. Sector 3 is distribution sector, power distribution sector. This college comes under power distribution sector because I am eating the power. After someone distributed, Goa Electricity Department has distributed the power, and NIT Goa, this room is eating it, consuming it. So we are a distribution side, on the distribution side. So this is the fundamental, and we need to protect every entity. There are so many components involved in it. Power generating station, or you call the transformers. You definitely know all these things you see in, day out. The transmission towers, the lines, the protection systems, physical systems there. There is a lot of physical systems involved in that, and their security. There is a lot of data exchange happening. All of them needs to be taken care, okay? So in the traditional grids, what happens was, generation was on one side, transmission system was, so whatever you generate, okay, you are going to send it through a transmission grid and make it reach the distribution grid. At the distribution grid, you have residential customers. See, at the distribution grid, you have residential customers, then you have the commercial users, and you have the industrial users, agricultural users are also there. There are many varieties of people. So the power flow, generation was happening somewhere here. This is prior to renewable integration into our grids, 20-25 years back. Actually, I should say prior to 2000, year 2000, this is the condition of the country, where all these generating entities were owned by state power utilities and central power generating companies. They are called generating companies. Is this banging like Baz? Something? Fine. Okay. So they were owned, they still own. Majority of the shares are owned by state governments and central governments. Okay. You would have heard about National NTPC. How many of you have heard about NTPC? National Thermal Power Corporation Limited, National Hydro Power Corporation, NHPC, then NPC, Nuclear Power Corporation of India Limited. So all these things are the central government owned generating stations. State government owned generating stations are also there, depending upon the size of the state. Anyone from Maharashtra? Okay. Gujarat? Rajasthan? So your state is rich in which power generation? Solar is rich. Yours. Okay. What are they? Right. And in Tamil Nadu, people are there from Tamil Nadu? No? Okay. You have your nuclear power plant? Yeah, from where? Neyveli is not nuclear, it is coal based. Neyveli is coal-based. Okay, Karnataka, Talcher, no, sorry, Talcher is in Orissa, Kolar is in Karnataka. We have many nuclear power, thermal power plants. Hydro is little. Maharashtra, you will know, Koina is one big source. Gujarat has a lot of Sardar, well, that Sarovar is there, and so many so forth. So what I am trying to say is that way back, these generating entities were owned by either state government or central government, and they were transferring, and these were located distant locations. You will not be able to have a hydropower generation in NIT Goa. Where is the water stream? And you need a height for energy for the water to fall from higher potential to lower potential. In that process only energy gets generated. We'll not get to the mechanism of how power gets generated, but I'm just trying to say that the geographical location also has a wide importance. So that power which was generated was being transmitted over bulk networks and reaching the customers. This is where we had. There were issues with this. Issues, as I have just told, or either I have highlighted them as features. This entire thing is centrally owned, centrally governed. Either state entity or central government entity was owning these power generating stations. The transmission networks, state transmission utilities or central transmission utilities were owning them. And distribution companies of the state were owning the distribution sector. From there, you and I buy power. This was the condition before 2003. So it was centralized. The power flow is unidirectional. I can say left side to right side in the diagram wise. It is unidirectional power flow. There was no scope for prosumers. Prosumers are consumers of power who also produce power. The rooftop solar people are a good example of prosumers. There was absolutely no scope for prosumers, right? And then there was very less scope for renewable integration. When I talk about renewable, I will definitely not talk too much about how things work. Fundamental thing, the issue with renewable is that if I am a coal thermal power plant owner, I will be able to very conveniently tell you next 1 month how much power I can generate and give you. How will I be able to give that 100% assurance unless my generator has gone for some unexpected thing? But if everything goes fine, I have the required coal reserve, the tons of coal I have, that gives me the confidence that for the next 1 month I can generate so much of power and put it to the grid. But if I was a wind farm owner or a solar farm owner, I will not be able to make this 100% assurity. But the simple reason that I might have the installations of those wind turbines, my solar farms, well maintained, everything on good, all good. But still, the way clouds would move, the way wind would blow at what speeds, at what point in time, all these things are not in my hand. It probably is not in anyone's hand. The best of the best forecasting algorithms, generation forecasting algorithms, be it wind-based, be it solar-based, who can forecast when the cloud is going to come, whether, however best also, still it is not 100% accurate. Not only Indian forecasting, it's the international level also. Whoever is doing the forecasting, none of them will be able to give you 100% accuracy. So many times we get to see now, rains have started today, and the 2 days it is raining. We get a report that so and so, 5th day from now, it's declared yellow day or a red alert or a yellow alert, and on that day, rain doesn't fall. How many times have we observed that? Many times, okay? No one has given any wrong information, but that was what the prediction was, okay? Actually, when it was red alert, there was no alert. They expected that it's going to become more and more severe. By then, it has subsided. This is quite common across. Okay, you take the best of the best forecasting algorithms, high power computing machines, still these chances of becoming 95% and above accuracy is still a question to be answered. Okay, so the point is that This was the condition, and therefore there was less scope for renewables. Renewables are intermittent sources. I just want to keep this one word in your mind: intermittency, unexpected, unpredictable. Whenever you are students who tomorrow would be working on an application of blockchain or cybersecurity with an application to electrical domain. So when you get to hear this word intermittency, electrical engineers use it like day in, day out, because we deal with highly unpredictable sources. So therefore, intermittent sources, there is a lot of issues with that. Okay? And then sensors were less sensors we handled, therefore less data also captured. Intelligence was relatively less. Most of the time, some blackout, brownout would happen, and after that we used to do postmortem analysis. Okay? And self-healing was actually, word also did not exist. I would not say not exist. We do circuit breakers for auto reclosure breakers were there, but it's all to a limited extent. This was the condition in the traditional grids, which were just 25 years back in our country. So these were the challenges. There was centralized control, lack of transparency, costs were high, and trading was not there. There was no trading only. I own the generation, he owns the transmission, they own the distribution, that's it. You buy from me, it's a monopolistic system. Okay, I am the monopoly, right? So now, after that, what went lovely was that Electricity Act 2003. Okay, this privatization of electricity happened in 2003, where open access was facilitated. Same thing, similar things happened in other sectors also. Telecom sector. You remember the prices of who they continue, of course, but who were the only monopoly in telephonic sector, telecom sector earlier? Only monopoly. BSNL and MTNL. MTNL was for specific regions like Delhi and Mumbai, I think. But BSNL, all across the country, only BSNL was there. You know, there were times, probably your parents would have seen those times. By the time you tried to make a wireless communication, you had a phone on your hand. There were times when midnight 12 to morning 6 o'clock, the prices were 50%, and the other time it was pretty high. STD calls, local calls also. Earlier, if I make a call, I am anyway charged even till today. Of course, now the systems have completely changed, but the one receiving call also was charged. Okay, even there was a, I'll not name the company. I started ringing you, from now I am being billed. You didn't pick the phone, but from the time I started giving you a call, the billing has started. There were such glitches also. Anyway, these things were handled and things are much better today. So the competition is very healthy, it's important to a good extent. But there should be one government agency also to make that modernization, right? So when you talk about the smart grids, where after Electricity Act 2003, we have enabled privatization of electrical sector. A blockchain would not have existed if this electrical power trading or privatization did not come into picture. We started, electricity till then was a particular service, but after 2003, our country identifies electricity as a commodity, which is sold by someone, bought by someone. It's a commodity now. It was a service, it continues to be service to some extent, but it's a commodity at one level. Okay, I'm a generating plant of some nature, I'm selling it at this price in this block period, and someone is there who wants to buy it at that block period, and there is a market settlement happening and a price is obtained. There is a mechanism. We'll not definitely get into that because that won't be of your requirement. So in this system, there is a bidirectional power flow. I am a prosumer, I have a rooftop solar. I can also inject power into the grid. I can inject power at a different voltage levels, and I can consume. There is too much of bidirectional flow of power is there, because of which electrical protection systems also had to become more intelligent. Not only bidirectional flow of power, there is huge amount of data that is getting captured. Okay? Now, once you have huge amount of data, that data is used to run high intelligent algorithms. High computational power requirements are also rising. The system is expected to become self-healing. It should be predictive in nature. It should predict based upon the variations in the voltage. Electrical engineers, for them, the ECG, you know, heart, you know how heart is working fine or not, you come to know based on the ECG report. One of them is that. Okay. Similarly, for an electrical engineer, our electrical grid is healthy or not. We see using two things, voltage, frequency. Voltage is fine, things are fine. Frequency is fine, okay, everything is fine. Okay, so these two are the measures to say that electrical grid is in good hands, is safe. Okay, so all these things are there. It's a decentralized system. You have private parties also who has come into picture, generating transmission distribution companies, and you have that bidirectional flow, good scope for prosumers. You have, you know, very initial stages when rooftop solar installations were put into place. States like Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, they were giving 9 rupees per unit. You know what is 1 unit of energy? 1 kilowatt hour, 1000 watt hours. Okay, if I sell 1000 watt hours to the grid, I am getting 9 rupees. I am talking about the initial stages. Now it has little come down. Okay, so sitting at home, I am able to provide power to the grid, and I am also earning in the process. That is why it become a prosumer also. Financial side also is there to it. So these were all facilitated in the modern grids. Lot of intelligence is anyway there. This is all perfectly fine. Okay, so what is happening because of this? We understand that these are the 3 important pillars: generation, transmission, distribution. In these 3 important pillars, there is huge crucial data which is being recorded and also further handled or processed. Okay, crucial means crucial. Not because I'm an electrical engineer, because I need electricity for my survival, I would name it as a crucial crucial resource or an entity. So therefore, when you are handling such crucial data, the data that we are capturing or recording is through the current and potential transformers, remote terminal units sitting at different substations, phasor measurement units, there are again an improvised versions, intelligent electronic devices, huge number of sensors, and many, many more. These are all some of the devices which are capturing the data continuously at some rate, okay, at some rate of data capture. So when so much of data is coming into picture, you have to ensure the data's privacy and security. We all very well are aware that there is a lot of involvement, or someone is trying to peep into our data, manipulate it, and give you a different picture. Today, my condition, voltage condition is bad. But if you are the operator who will control this voltage condition by doing something, and you are not given the right information, then you will not act upon it. And my condition would deteriorate, and one day I will experience a blackout. By then, you will not understand, everything looks to be fine on my screen, how come there is a failure on that end? So your data, huge data, it has to be secure as well, and that is where blockchain comes into picture. We have many examples. This is all just a pre to all that. So data privacy and security is very, very important, because this data, whatever we are capturing, they are going to do very big jobs. They are going to be run into a lot of AI, machine learning, algorithms. Okay, these algorithms are going to classify the kind of problems that they see. Support vector machine, these are some of the things all of us do understand. A lot of ANN based, okay, fuzzy, much earlier fuzzy was there, genetic algorithm, and today we have so many bio-inspired algorithms, okay, all possible animals are already in them. So all of these things are required, application to application, not that everything suits every application, every algorithm suits every application. Application to application, the algorithm would definitely change. So this data that is there, it is processed, used for fault detection, and take the key. So here, this is the place where when you have to maintain the data privacy and security, when you have to maintain this, and this directly talks about cyber security aspects, blockchain is going to take a would play an important role when you have to manage this huge data, which is going to take very fundamental decisions for your country. We all know that any disruption in a country would affect its per capita income. If industries shut down, all these things would affect your per capita income. So it is that important to maintain. So if you see the architecture, it's a big drawing. I will not be getting into everything, but you need to understand that there is something called as a physical layer, wherein your actual physical devices are sitting, generation side, transmission side, distribution side, and lot of things on a physical level are there. There are devices connected to Internet of Things. There are lot of sensors, electrical vehicles, okay, and many things are there. This is at the physical layer. All of them have sensors, okay, data recorders, which are going to send information to a central control center, which is actually called as SCADA, Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition. SCADA is not specific to electrical thing. Any industrial control, any automation is there, SCADA comes into picture. You can have SCADA for water pipelines and many other things. Okay, so this is a physical layer. You have a cyber layer where a lot of sensors are there. They communicate this data to your SCADA center through some communication, wired, wireless, even power line cables, PLCs, and a lot things. So this is your architecture. So you definitely understand one thing. There's a lot of data, there are a lot of sensors capturing them, and there is a lot of communication happening between them. All of them cannot be unauthorized access to any of this is not accepted. Okay, only authorized people should see the data and understand, take decisions on that. So let us understand all these trends. Last 7, 8 days, you are hearing the fundamental aspects of the qualities, the features of blockchain. All of those features of blockchain, decentralized peer-to-peer trading, smart contracts, transparency, maintaining security, integration, scalability, all these important buzzwords which determine a blockchain are highly required to run an efficient electrical systems with this smart involvement. So applications would be in many things. Peer-to-peer energy trading, and energy trading is in many sectors. It's not just from generating plant to transmission or distribution sector. Everyone is now a trader, a seller. I am also a seller if I have a rooftop solar. Okay, if I have electrical vehicle, still I am a seller. That is the way in which we are moving into. So trading is going to be taking excessively, and then IoT, again we have lot of sensors and mobility, and so these are some of the applications, just a few applications. Actually, if I have to give you the big chain of applications, this slide would take care of it. There is data and need to have a blockchain based mechanism for security using in each of them. Okay, generation, in each of them, their forecasting, their maintenance, transmission sector also, asset management, distribution sector, all the assets. We have assets of every sector running into crores of rupees and years for installation also. It takes time also to install. So therefore, the asset management, outage management, microgrid controlling, meter data management, your smart meters, electricity meters, their management so that pilferage doesn't happen. Things are automated. If I'm a highly influential person, I may not pay the bill. COVID time, we had so much of recovery of the bill because we have banned some nodes. People have paid most of the bills. Not most, but people have paid bills. Okay, and they are not poor people. They are rich people, but they won't pay because of some influences. There can be such reasons. If you are automating things, then it's not in anyone's control. All right. Therefore, so all these things are very much possible. These are all applications in the power sector. As a customer, if I see, I can have all these applications of resource sharing, billing, electrical vehicle related things. We will spend good amount of time on electrical vehicles, e-transportation in many other ways also. then local maintenance of microgrids, demand side management. In the market operation, you have a lot of trading is there from everyone to everyone. Then greenhouse gas trading, carbon certificates, these are some other things. Service providers also, and control and operation also. So in every sector, I would say, you have a possibility to make it secure, more intrusion free using blockchain technology. These are some things which I will not be able to highlight everything, or more or less they are connected also. So these are peer-to-peer trading, automation, metering, carbon certification, and all these things. When I talk about any of the application, underlining cyber security aspect is there in everything. I don't have to talk separately about cyber security. I take any trading, any data exchange, there is a hacker sitting there waiting to spoil it. Okay? So cyber security is a layer which is there inevidently. These are our power of blockchain which we will be using, and to ensure that we have trust, security, and accountability in our digital records. So we will start with one by one application now. Okay? Let's talk about the first application, peer-to-peer energy trading. I am very specific to my examples for India, because first of all we should know where our country is. In India, 2008, June 2008, we have made electricity a commodity. National Stock Exchange, we know, where shares are bought and sold. Electricity, 2008, June 2008 onwards, electricity has become a commodity which is sold by some authorized people and bought by some authorized people. Okay? And the two power, it happens through an online platform, definitely. And those platforms very initially is Indian Electricity Exchange. This is the website, you can go through it. And Power Exchange of India Limited, PXI, XIL. So these were the two initial platforms, power trading platforms, which exist till date, which enabled us to do power trading in the country. And in 2021, we have Hindustan Power Exchange Limited also, which has come into picture. This is more a latest one. After COVID, this has come into picture. But these two existed for good amount of time. Okay? And these are some of the markets, power markets you can bid on. Okay? You should be eligible. There are eligibility criteria. Fulfill them. Okay? At least you should have a 250 kilowatt unit and things like that. If I am a prosumer of a rooftop solar, I will not be able to do this. Just because I will not be able to do a trading transaction on this site. These are at a bulk power level, not at smaller level. Typically, a house will have 5 kilowatts, 10 kilowatts. There are sanctions up on that. 10 also, no, 5 kilowatts, most of them 5 to 7 kilowatts. Most of the Indian households I am talking about. Okay? So these are all the tradings that happen in day ahead markets, green day ahead markets, high power markets, real time markets, intraday, interday, contingency markets, and so many things. So you can do trading of power, buyer as a seller, using these. Okay? There are also times, everyday time. I will not be detailing much into that. So day ahead market, it started from this 10 a.m. to 12 noon, 15 minutes. When you have to trade for power, 15 minutes blocks are created. In a 24-hour in a day, how many 15 minutes are there? Can anyone quickly answer me? 24 hours of the day, how many 15 minutes are there? 96 15 minutes are there. So when I am trading power, I am trading for 96 blocks of time zones. 12 to 12:15, 12:15 to 12:30, 12:30 to 12:45, and so on and so forth. Okay? 15 minutes block is what you trade for. Because 15 minutes, if you really commit, today I am committing, I will give you so much of power, 15 minutes on a particular day, or day ahead means for tomorrow. I should be able to adhere to that power that I have told I will give you. I will inject into the grid. And you have bid to buy power, you should also buy that much power, not more, not less, at the best. There is some deviation allowed, but at the best you take that much power. If you take more power, my frequency will reduce. If you take less power, my frequency will increase. And if I don't do anything, my fan, 50 hertz fan, this is a BLDC fan, of course. If I talk about any other frequency thing, then that is going to have issues. Okay, voltage and frequency issues arise. So point is that you have these time zones which you do trading in India. So the entire process of blockchain, when you superimpose it on the power trading in this is what is the flow. First of all, you initiate a transaction to sell power or buy power, which is verified by your network. I think you are more knowledgeable than me on this, but I'll quickly tell you the life cycle of this. So you have getting it verified by all the miners, and then once the transaction is approved, consensus mechanism is done, then you add this block to the chain of thing. Once the transaction is completed, you are saying go ahead and the power transfer happens or whatever things. And whenever there is a change, you know that there's a procedure which has to be fulfilled. And every time there is a change, you have a new block that is getting added. This is the fundamental philosophy of how blockchain works. It is not easy to tamper it so easily because so many people has to give an approval consensus. So there are a lot of things when it is put on a blockchain. Many applications you're anyway seeing every day. Today is the electrical day. Hope no one gets shock. Electrical shock. Okay. So this is another way to say about the same thing. You can carry out market settlements. You can carry out state estimation. You probably wouldn't understand what it is. Very, very important to ensure that the data captured is correct. That validation is done through a procedure called a state estimation. Energy trading is going to happen, and then the market initiation and all that. So simple words, if I have to see the difference between the traditional power trading, you have your generating companies, you have your distribution companies. Most of them are talking about electricity flow and payment flow. Data flow need not happen because there is centralized control. Data flow is not that rich. Now in the new scenario, everything goes through, everyone communicates with the blockchain and the trading platforms, everything. Here the payment is automated, therefore you don't have to break your heads. Blockchain ensures a payment mechanism on its own. So we are not giving too much importance as a flow. Information is flowing, power is flowing. Payment is happening. There is no issue with that. So this is the difference. After renewable, acha, sir, should we take a break now? 5 minutes? Okay. We'll talk about the next example. वो नहीं चाहिए ना, नहीं आना चाहिए। ये वाला भी आ रहा है आपको, ये ऐसा आ रहा है, आपको कैसा दिख रहा है? हाँ, वही आएगा, श्योर ना? ठीक है, लेकिन वही दिख रहा है ना, ठीक है, वो प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। हाँ, नो नथिंग, जस्ट हाउ टू, ये प्रेजेंटेशन मोड में ना ये वाला दिस हैज़ टू गो, कैसे करेंगे? आई वॉज अफ्रेड कि ऐसे नहीं आ जाना चाहिए। हाँ हाँ, ठीक, नहीं वहाँ गया। हाँ ठीक, जस्ट 12:1 को जाओ आप, था स्टार्ट होने के बाद 12:1 टू 12:31 पर 12:31-35 तक। ट्वेल्व 31 हुआ तो बताओ। Okay. Very good afternoon to all. Let us start our second session on blockchain applications sector. We will talk about the next application of blockchain, which is on issuing renewable energy certificates. Way back when renewable energy from intermittent sources like wind and solar came into picture, there was lot of investment, capital investment, particularly if I give an example of wind farms. You will have to acquire acres of land, and the intermittent source, wind, is a kind of unpredictable because its forecasting is also difficult, and it is a technology which is new to our country. To any country it is definitely new, and is specific to our country. So what government has done is, it has given lot of provisions for wind and solar farm owners, and it, in the process of that, there was something called as renewable energy certificates, which are traded. There are authorized people who can sell these certificates. There are authorized people who can procure these certificates. This is to ensure that people are buying renewable power also. That is one of the intentions, in addition to encouraging renewable energy production and consumption. This also helps. Even carbon credits also are in line with that. So renewable energy certificates, these are like instruments. You get points, you get credit points and things like that. These are instruments that represent the environmental attributes of renewable energy generation, enabling obligated entities to meet their renewable energy purchase obligations. People were mandated, you are supposed to purchase so much of renewable energy, sell and also buy. There should be such a purchase mechanism through RECs, renewable energy certificates. Who are the authorized sellers, the wind power producers, the solar power producers, the bio and the cogeneration producers, biomass, biogas, all these biopower people, and also cogeneration. And all the MNRE. MNRE is Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. So the people who are authorized under MNRE, all these people are authorized to sell renewable power and issue renewable energy certificates. Okay. However, the mandate is also saying that they should have a minimum 250 kilowatt of installation, and they should be connected to central transmission utility or a state transmission utility. This was mandated for a simple reason that you should not be transacting small power. You should have at least a quantum of power, some value of power. And secondly, a rooftop solar installation of 5 kilowatt or a little higher than that, they should not say, I'll also trade my power through this or issue renewable energy certificate. They can trade power, but they should not be issuing renewable energy certificate. They are not authorized. So they have given a minimum amount of installed capacity, which is 250 kilowatt. And they should be connected to central transmission, state transmission utilities at a particular voltage level. These are all the prerequisites to sell RECs. Who can produce, buy RECs? The obligated entities are distribution companies. So much of renewable energy they need to buy. Distribution companies, the open access customers, the private players who are procuring power, the industries. Earlier it was industries, you all know CSR. What is CSR? Corporate social responsibility. So they have some social responsibility under CSR funding. They have tax exemptions. They have some benefits when they show some amount spent under CSR grant. So now if someone is buying a captive power producer is a producer who is generating power and is also consuming power. Okay, there are many industries which also generate power, and they sell excess power to the grid, and they also have their machines running on that generated power. These kind of power producers are called as captive power producers, CPPs. A wind farm owner or a solar farm owner who are only generating, or any other power producer who are only generating power and selling it to the grid. Okay, they are called as independent power producers or state owned power producers and such things. But captive power means they are generating power and some part they are consuming also. Only excess are being sold. So CPPs. Industries who are owning also can buy, and also there are this whatever they are procuring, they are getting benefit under CSR. So as a social responsibility, and individuals also. In India, at individual level, only industries are authorized to enter the energy market, but a normal agricultural customer, domestic customer, commercial customers are not there as of now. But other countries do have. So these are some key requirements for REC denomination. It's like one REC certificate, one REC credit point you get if you have a transaction of 1 megawatt hour. Validity is for so many days. The categories are solar REC or a non-solar REC. It has to be renewable energy, but is it solar or non-solar? And the transaction will happen only through the power exchange platforms, which is Indian Electricity Exchange, Power Exchange, or the latest one, Hindustan based. So these are the platforms, and the other things are already there. Okay, these would also get updated over time, but these are this is the CRC order dated 2014. After that also there would be some revisions. So we understand that renewable energy certificates are also traded. So whenever there is a trading happening, you have blockchain coming into picture, so that you have security and privacy of the trade data. Again, immutable, again it cannot be changed. All these things are there. Carbon emission and carbon credits and emission trading is also in line with this only. In this, you have this life cycle with an example with blockchain coming into picture. So these are all the people who will be able to, carbon credits are created by these solar and wind. Okay, they make this transaction happen. Carbon credits are sold under smart contracts to the people who are planning to buy. Okay, they are measuring this carbon emission, and through another blockchain enabled carbon trading, these funds are transferred using smart contracts. So selling time and buying time, there are smart contracts, and we definitely know the significance of doing a particular transaction through blockchain. So this is common, this algorithm if I say, or a cycle which I say, is common for REC trading and also carbon emission, carbon credits and emission trading also. Right. A very, very important aspect, two important aspects which we will be spending more time as an application. One is SCADA, supervisory control and data acquisition. Two is on electrical vehicles. So one by one we will take them up. And I always have been telling you, I have been informed that cyber security is 100% an automated thing which has to be taken care of. Okay, and in that very big application itself, blockchain plays a major role. So supervisory control data acquisition can be for any automation system, industrial automation, pipeline, any industrial control systems. So we will definitely talk about power SCADA, very important aspect of that. As I was telling you, the architecture of a smart grid, you have your physical devices, generation, transmission and distribution sector, physical devices. All these physical devices have sensors on them which are measuring voltage, current, and from there a lot of new data gets generated. That data helps to understand the health of your electrical system, the frequency, the voltage, the current, the phase angle. There are many, many parameters to it. So all those things are determined, and all these sensors that are placed, they communicate this data to a center called as supervisory control and data acquisition. This is the brain of healthy operation of your electrical grid. At this location, this is centralized in this example. Now there are also decentralized examples also, where at substation level itself some intelligence is put. But this is an example where the entire data is sent to a SCADA control center. All the key decisions are taken there. The high-end algorithms, predictive things are all done there. If you are forecasting a possible brownout or a blackout, people don't reach there. Before that, corrective measures are taken. Systems are tried, and at the best, self-healing is ensured. All these things are there. So this is the intelligence, this is the brain of your electrical system. Okay, but to ensure that this brain gets the right data signal, all these things have to have a proper security of data transfer. This is how a SCADA center would look like. These are all the single line diagrams of your electrical grid, which some of you wouldn't understand. There is a people sitting there continuously taking decisions, getting data from different substations. How is the voltage? How is the transmission line loading? How is the distribution line loading, feeder loading? Is the transaction happening in the way it was scheduled to happen? Contingencies are taken care, and there are many, many electrical aspects that are continuously monitored 24/7. Okay, and accordingly decisions are taken to ensure that system is healthy. If there arise a need, they may do load shedding. Okay, if there is excess of less generation and more demand, then maybe they will do load shedding. They may change the transformer settings. There are so many electrical appliances, electrical components which help us maintain the health of the system. So all those decisions are taken, provided the data is coming to this place in the correct exact form. Okay, so that is the significance of this SCADA. And please understand that worldwide there are many hackers who are behind any country's SCADA, because if they disrupt a SCADA system, the data going into a SCADA system, manipulate the data or disrupt it or take control of it, then they will be able to directly hit the country's reputation, economy, per capita and other things. So therefore, this is just a few attacks. There are umpty number of attacks happening. Definitely some countries or every attack is not informed, because it is not It's understood why it is not informed. So these are some of the world popular attacks, and many more are also there. Okay, Stuxnet attack, this is one attack which shook the world, right? And this is done on an Iranian uranium enrichment plant, Natanz. There is a black energy kind of an attack done 2014 Russia. Black energy 3 is also there. Okay, then there is a phantom mouse attack, which was, these are very specific to electrical system attacks. Non-electric are also there. Gas stations, oil transportation attacks are there. So there are attacks on many different things, but specific to electrical, I am giving you this information on the Ukraine phantom mouse attack, where someone has taken a complete control of the SCADA system, and remotely they have accessed, made a mimic of that SCADA system, and on the day when they wanted to plan the attack, they have ensured that the actual authorized people of taking control of the system, changing the settings of different electrical appliances, those people are, they were removed from the access. They were unable to access those electrical components, and the people who have hacked the system, they took control. Okay, literally they were not able to do anything. The authorized people in the substations or the control centers, they took control, and they have opened so many circuit breakers, and they have made a huge issue out of that. It took hours for people to come back, restore back the system. So this is the capacity of attacking or playing with the SCADA system. Okay, Stuxnet is quite popular. Okay, black energy and such things, and there are continuous attacks happening on many countries. These are just a few. Okay, and this is in 1982. So this is some pipelines and other things. These are all there. Okay, one of the initial attacks on US was on Salt River project. Again, it's a power and utility attack on the power system only. There are some attacks on the waste water management, some attacks on the petroleum, nuclear power plant. Also, there were some attacks. See, these are all continuously happening. These are all SCADA systems, by the way, supervisory control systems, which take control of a big entities. So when such things are there, there's a lot of data transfer. Blockchain would come into picture, so that every data transferred is well monitored, ensured. The transparency of the data is also there. Safety, security is also maintained. So this is a flow of that. You have at your physical layer, you have your transmission, consumption, distribution, all these things. Okay, and then all this data is, you can send them, they can be sent through sensor on the blockchain, so that all these data are kept secured. And from here, this generation data, there is a information and communication layer, ICT layer, where data flow is there. In this layer, you have at the transmission level, a lot of balancing mechanism happens, power balance happens. At the distribution level, you have demand side management, smart meter management, real-time monitoring. These are all the different functions that happen. Data is exchanged and decisions are made. All this data is also passed through a blockchain, so that this information is taken care. At market level also, there is a lot of, every entity transacts with every other entity. So this transaction, if you take a market layer, here you will be deciding, the trading happens, bidding happens, tariff offerings happen, and all those things. These things also can be put on a blockchain. So at every stage, I would say, you can have blockchain, simply because you have data that is getting transferred. The data, very, very precious. Very, very, very precious. Not just normal, any data. Very precious data, whose tampering would affect greatly. So we will be able to very conveniently take it. Only thing here is that one note is, these things should happen very fast. Electrical systems, we detect in cycles of 2.5 cycles. Sometimes you have to take an action. Cycles means one cycle is 20 milliseconds. So 2.5 cycles means, just you have to imagine. Some decisions are taken at that fast rate. So latency needs to be minimized. That way, you have to ensure that your blockchain consensus are done, right? Electrical vehicles, again this is a very important area where blockchain can play a good amount of role. In power trading in our country we are using blockchain, but EV, we don't have so many electrical vehicles on the road, particularly automated in nature. So therefore, presently in our country, these are all the futuristic issues that we need to handle. We have to be prepared to ensure that we don't get into that trap. If you just see an EV, a plug-in electric vehicle, there are many kinds of electrical vehicles. Purely battery operated electrical vehicle. Reva was one example, 20-25 years back. I don't know how many of you have seen Reva. This was Mahindra's thing. So it is a small car, you know, it can't take too much of load also. 2 passengers can sit comfortably with a bit of luggage. Reva has an extension also, but that was a purely battery operated electrical vehicle. After that, we had a hybrid electrical vehicle where you had battery also, you have fuel tank also, okay, hybrid, battery and fuel tank. And now today, we talk about plug-in hybrid electrical vehicle. The battery that you are having in your car, in your two-wheeler, I mean four-wheeler, you will be able to recharge it. This is a rechargeable battery. Just like you recharge your phone battery, you recharge your many other things, you are also able to recharge your car, two-wheeler, transportation's battery. So this is plug-in hybrid because battery is there, fuel is there. You can plug in and recharge it. Therefore, plug-in hybrid electrical, this is the thing of the day. Okay? When you talk about such a thing, there are so many components in it. You have your, you also operate on fuel, you have your internal combustion engine, lot of power electronic controllers, okay, these are thermal systems, lot of heat dissipation which needs to be well managed. This entire bed, the bottom part is your battery pack, okay, and then in this, you have all these components in these electrical vehicle or PHEV, plug-in hybrid electric vehicle, they talk to each other, not the way we talk. They talk, they communicate each other. There is typically a protocol that is used, which is CAN bus protocol. Okay, typically used in your car, you know, to interface or communicate between the different segments. What communication do? They do many. I will give an example of few. When I am going on a long ride, I need to have a clear picture of how much of my battery charging is there, how much is my fuel tank filled. Normally, I fill it full when I am planning a long drive, highway drive or whatsoever it is. So I have ensured that my fuel tank is full, my battery pack is full, and then initially I may want to exhaust my battery to up to 20%, 100% charged battery I start, I may want to exhaust it to 20 or 30%. It's up to the person who is using it. And once it is 20 or 30%, after that discharging the battery is not recommended. So I'm restricting myself to 20%. After that, I want to shift to fuel so that till at least I get the nearest electrical vehicle charging station. Okay. Then when I reach to an electrical vehicle charging station, I would like to recharge my battery to its full capacity. I may have to wait for some time. It's a time thing in the side is there. It's not like petrol, in 5 minutes you are filling, refueling and leaving. It's not so. It takes some time. So the point I'm trying to say is that I need to have an exact understanding of how much battery has got discharged. What is exactly the way you understand your phone's battery. It's 20%, 15%, then you search for recharging it, you know. So this is what happens for even a car. And then internally, there is a lot of thermal management. Okay, heat has to get dissipated, otherwise the battery efficiency depends upon the heat, the way it is handled. Thermal management is very, very important when you are operating it. There are some temperatures below which inefficiency occurs, above which also inefficiency of the battery occurs. This has to be well maintained. And there are auxiliary devices, AC, child locks, security things. So all these, they communicate with each other through a protocol called as one of the key protocols, one of the mostly used protocols is CAN bus protocol. I am a hacker. The system is an automated machine with little human intervention only. At least these protocols can be hacked. And they do happen. It's not like we are talking about a fictitious case. Many people, there are many videos available. Tesla, you take Jeep Compass, they have tested these things on their EVs, automated EVs, and many things are available on the open forum wherein they tested. There were competitions held by them. Kaspersky also does, many other people also do, where they are inviting people to hack their systems, and when they are able to successfully do it, they know where is my lacuna, they are rectifying it and also paying for to the hacker. So these kind of things are very well known. So I'm just trying to say that this electrical vehicle, this automated one, if someone is hacking the data, what they can do. I am of the assumption that my battery is 50% only discharged, my fuel tank is full. Someone hacked my system and the battery has come down to 20% and even coming down further. And he has hacked such a way that it's shifting to the petrol mode or the fuel mode. So what happens suddenly? Your battery is deteriorating fast. That is one side of it. Other side of it is you're not switching to an alternate drive. And there is a wear and tear, or if I first choose to finish my fuel, I finished my fuel and I'm not getting an alert that fuel is completing or my battery is also discharging. All these things would lead to somewhere in the middle of a highway, not at all close to any recharging station. You are held up in the middle of the way. If it is daytime, this is one problem. If it is in night time, there is another problem. If your GPS is hacked, if your steering is hacked, all these things, please understand, they are not fictitious, they are happening, there is a possibility for them to happen. Okay? So all these things, if they are done, it will lead into huge chaos, sometimes fatal as well. So these are all the different threats that can happen. You have all these things in your car. Okay? There are a lot of sensors which can be attacked. These are all the areas where attacks can happen. EV battery attacks can happen. This thing, CAN bus attacks, of course, that is how. Then you have many others also there, media attacks. You can have a ransomware file and third party are there, spamming, advertising. Now, the more and more sophisticated your vehicle, automated the vehicle, the higher the possibility. So these are, and even there is a lot of issues when we to the charging infrastructure, charging stations, electrical vehicle, EV, electric vehicles charging stations. So these are all the places where attacks are possible. So we need to be very, careful. So these are all the possible places. This is a complete battery pack. They can the state of the charge of the battery, which is the percentage discharge or percentage of charge available. Okay. And even when you're charging it at this location also, there are lot of vulnerabilities that can happen. Okay, vehicle to vehicle, it's not just the electrical vehicle connecting itself to the grid. Electrical vehicle can connect itself to grid, which is called vehicle to grid technology. Electrical vehicle can connect to another electrical vehicle, make a transaction happen. V to V, vehicle to vehicle transaction. Vehicle to home, V to H, vehicle to load, V to L. So many and it also takes power from the grid. So grid to vehicle. These are called V to X technologies. Everywhere you have a transaction of power flow. Okay? Everywhere there's a data flow. You have unique ID. You are also going to pay. I'm not going to give free of cost. So I also have to pay for it. All these things, there's a lot of data transfer, energy, power transfer. All needs to be recorded. Everything can go on blockchain, so that things are authentic and there is no issue with that transaction. These are some of the kinds of threats. Access to start stop of the car can happen, steering. All these possibilities are there, well demonstrated also. These fundamentally, there is a communication happening and which has to be protected, which can be done through a blockchain application as an application. So your vehicles as prosumers, everything, your transaction, if it is done vehicle to anything, you run it through your blockchain so that you all know that blockchain has a set of things. Just like that, I cannot change the data. I cannot change. There are people who need to approve it also. So this would ensure that 4 or 5 people, I mean, good number of people, all the authorized people are involved in it for making any change or any such thing. So this is automatically making it protected also, secure also. So electrical vehicle charging stations, when I just talk about an EV, this is next few 5 slides are from India has a very well documented thing. NIT Ayog is one of the leading people who are doing it, and also some of our IITs are also supporting them in making this document. When you are running your electrical vehicle on the road, there are so many stakeholders that come into picture. The stakeholders, original equipment manufacturer of your car or two-wheeler, the charging point operator, infrastructure provider, the connectors, the protocols, the distributor, the retailers, the transmission system operators, fleet aggregators, regulatory bodies, cyber security. These are all the people, these are all the things, stakeholders which come into picture. Each one has a role to play. Each one needs to talk to each other to make some important aspects happen. So we need to ensure that all of them are taken care. If you have to charge your electrical vehicle, there are many ways you can charge them. So everything, there's a data flow, and there is also, because payments have to be made, nothing is for free. And secondly, there is energy flow anyway. You can have AC charging, you can have DC charging. Type 1 is a charging that you do at your home. Domestic charging is type 1. Type 2 and type 3 DC are also there. Okay, so public charging is there. There also we need to be careful. Battery swapping is also one possibility, because there is not much, if you don't have much time, there are also battery swapping stations. You take your old battery, your existing car battery which has discharged, give it to a battery charging station and take fully charged battery. It has its pros and cons, but still battery swapping is also one of the methods. Everywhere there is a transaction happening because financial aspects are involved. So these are the different levels of charging. Okay, these are the connectors. If you only one student is using the connectors, DC connector, AC connector. Many countries have designed. India is also designing its connector. Okay, there is a lot of communication protocols between electrical vehicle charging station to a central entity. Okay, distribution system operator, clearinghouse, everyone, there is a way you communicate. When I say there are protocols for communication, if I hack, I can ensure that you are getting a wrong data which you are reading. Though the other one is sending the right data in between. Many kinds of attacks are there. Man in the middle attack. So many attacks are there. So these attacks should not affect your data's sanctity. Fleet aggregators, these are another stakeholders. Okay, these are all the people. They need to be communicated, come to this location in this time, stuff like that. You have a lot of certifications also which need to be done when you are talking about ensuring. You cannot just retrofit your two-wheeler or buy a new or launch a electrical vehicle. There are some tests that need to be done. These are the agencies that do. And on my own, I should not paste the sticker. ARAI, if you have, mostly you told, na? You have a sticker, ARAI sticker, mostly. So that says that this is in compliance with the requirements of ensuring that it is a electrical vehicle thing. So like that, there are many people which do it. She should not paste that sticker. It should be coming from. So to ensure that, there should be a mechanism, and this very application helps. Lot of tests are there, crash test is there, lot of things. All these things have to be. So in this process, you have lot of transactions happening, and it has to happen through a blockchain. Battery swapping, this is one example. In this example, you will be able to see that your battery is fully discharged. You are going to a battery swapping station. Okay, and this battery swapping station has lot of fully charged batteries which have to be put into your car, and there is a power trading happening with the microgrid. These batteries were charged from a microgrid. Utility grid also, through utility grid, the battery would have been charged. Through a microgrid, battery would have been charged. So there is a financial side to it. And at the end of the day, you are only dealing with the station. So this is also a transaction. All these things can happen over blockchain. Okay. I was discussing the various vehicle to grid technologies. In each of this, exchange of power, exchange of data, exchange of money, you should have a body which will take care. I should not be waiting for him to pay me, because everything is time, is money, which is, if you're getting one rupee today, 100 rupee today, 100 rupee 1 month from now, there is an interest component that gets added up. Okay. And many things are there. You can avoid lot of billing issues, you can avoid lot of payment issues. Everything gets automated through this. So it has a lot of, and no one can touch it. No one can change your bill. Okay. Hopefully it's correctly generated. I'm talking about that. So these are all the different technologies which an electrical vehicle deals with. Every transaction happening, you can put them on the blockchain. Another very important application is microgrids. Now what are microgrids? All these time we're talking about smart grids, smart power grids, this grid, that grid. What is microgrid? Will it be seen by naked eye if it's at micro level? Of course it can be seen. Microgrids, your laptop is called a picogrid. As an example for you to understand, it's called picogrid, if I can make you understand how. Once I fully charge my battery, I can remove this connection point. The connection point is the power that the laptop takes from the grid. This is the grid. I'll explain what is microgrid. This is your grid, because it's the Goa Electricity Department which is providing the grid. This is your picogrid, microgrid. Microgrid, nanogrid, picogrid, these are some words depending upon what is the power level handled by that. The small power level, so it's a pico, in much lesser than that. If I remove this also, the connection with the grid, my battery is still, my laptop is still operating. I call it a smaller size grid because there is generation happening, consumption happening, right? Because I am consuming power, I am able to show you an output over here, right? There is generation as such not happening in that way, but the battery being completely charged, now it is the source of energy. So you have a source, you have a load, you have all the operations getting done, okay? And the grid is removed. This is the grid that is getting removed. So a microgrid, this is a small example of one load, this laptop. A microgrid is a bigger size in few megawatts or kilowatts, not megawatts, kilowatts, it could be megawatt also level, wherein you have your own in-house generation or a source of power, generating power. You have a consumption also, you consume it also for different applications, domestic application, agricultural application, commercial application, or in an industrial application. So you have a source of generation, you have a load also in it. This a boundary if you draw, you can connect this microgrid, this becomes a microgrid. It can get connected to the main grid, grid connected microgrid it is called, or you can also operate it without being grid connected. It's called an islanded microgrid, okay, standalone microgrid. Most these microgrids are very much present in our country. If you take the northeastern plain, northeastern states of our country, to lay a transmission line from the mainland to a hilltop, there's a lot of investment. If there is a lot of cyclonic or any such landslides or such things, these infrastructures get affected. So people are preferring to operate on a microgrid, standalone microgrids. That means they run their rooftop solar, they run their machines, whatever they have equipment, whether it is appliance wise or if it's a small industrial setup, they do it. and they are not connected to the grid. They run independently. Okay? With rooftop solar installation, they are charging their battery requirement, because rooftop solar, or it is only in the daytime, sun is there, and after that you have to have a storage mechanism which you will be using it in the after hours. Wind based also. Wind is 24/7, but wind blow should be good enough. Wind speed should be good enough. I'm just trying to say this is called as a microgrid setup, which is a smaller grid which can operate connected with the main grid, or it can operate in the standalone mode also. Okay? Now, microgrid, nanogrid, picogrid, these are the presently 3 words that I am aware, in addition to the main big power system grid, electrical grid. Their micro, nano, pico is a word which reflects the amount of, the load, how much load is available. Okay? In this, there are solar plants, there are electrical vehicles, there are buildings and businesses that run. You have energy storage 100% required for a microgrid to run if it is not grid connected in nature. And you have, okay, all these things, all of them, they interact with your smart homes, smart buildings. Okay, each of them have to transact with each other, and they buy power, sell power through smart contracts, and there is a complete system can be put on blockchain, and everything can be run through a blockchain mode to ensure that all the transactions are secure, and payment clearances and all these things also don't have any issue. Not only that, you can also do a bilateral transaction. I am a microgrid operator. I have 3-4 options. I am a distribution company, means I need power. I don't generate power, I need power. And I have 3-4 options of people who generate power. Based upon the cost at which you are selling, I can change. This half day I will take from one particular generating power source. Some other day, depending upon whoever is giving me good quality power at a decent cost, low cost rather, I will be preferring that person. Quality, reliability of supply along with the cost of units. All the 3 are important. If I sell cheap power for a lower cost, but my reliability and quality is not good. Quality of power means it is, again, power quality is a big topic. The voltage, you should not have dim lighting. Okay, to make you understand in simple words, flickers should not happen. Just because I turn on my geyser, it should not flicker. If it is flickering, the power quality is not good. It's an indication to that. Voltage should not get dimmed off. Or at the night time, you see over voltages. These are all power quality issues. Okay? So, I will prefer to take power from a person who gives me power, good quality, reliable. There should not be too many turning offs, okay, load sheddings. So, therefore, good quality, reliable, and at a decent cost. Decent, when I say, I mean the least cost only. So, when these transactions happen, when I have an option to take from one of you, and everything should be automated and all, blockchain has a very important role to play. And not only that, I should not be paying bill of my neighbor. Correct? No? So therefore, I also my transaction should be secure also. Someone should not consuming and bill is coming on my name. That should also not happen. So security of the transaction also plays a role. All these things are definitely possible with a blockchain in place. So we are almost like concluding things. You have a lot of energy meters. You have microgrids. Here the example talks about 3 microgrids. Microgrid 1, okay, it has got smart meter aggregator, wind farm aggregator, solar aggregator, energy storage aggregator. When I say energy meter, it means the load, which is measuring the data, the power that is drawn. Wind, solar, and storage, these are other important things in a microgrid. So these people are transacting with each other. All these transactions can be recorded through a blockchain. In addition to them, we will not be detailing that. Wind forecasting. So why I am very specific to wind and solar is because these are intermittent sources. They are not predictable. So when they're not so predictable, they are fluctuating in nature. it becomes very important to have a good forecasting system in place to the best possibility. So therefore, in this also blockchain is there. A lot of sensor data comes into picture, and lot of applications are there, tools are there to ensure that you are near accurate. So a lot of trading also happens. In this trading process, you have blockchain. This is one example. Renewable energy trading, which is also you selling the energy that you have produced. So I will like close it with this, more or less the final thing. In energy management, this is, you can say holistically the final slide. In energy management, you have many entities. You have your generating stations, transmission networks, you have your distribution systems, electrical vehicles, renewable sources, lot of devices in your system, all of them sharing lot of data, extremely costly equipment. They are not again something you can lose. No, they can't. So all of these things, generating data, exchanging data, information, money, all of them, when they are placed on a blockchain, they ensure privacy of data, security of data, cyber security aspects are covered. There are a lot of advantages. Electrical application is one of the important applications where blockchain plays a good role, right? So definitely there are, every technology has challenges which needs to be addressed, and electricity is something where decisions have to be taken at a faster rate because it affects someone staying, you know. So therefore, the challenges is scalability. When your volume of data is increasing, getting consensus at a good rate, latency should be reduced. So that is one challenge which has to be addressed. It's already addressed, but it's a process. Regulatory government frameworks also will take in, will need to be in line with your requirement. Energy consumption, mining, and then you have to adopt to all the barriers. All these things you have to handle some of the challenges. So conclusion is, these are the advantages of blockchain, which are also the conclusion. So you can run your system with low cost, higher efficiency, definitely enhance security. You're assured of your security, sustainability also, because if you're secure, you're sustainable eventually. These are some of the references. Most of the references are put. Some references I've taken from Google photographs, so I couldn't get the original source files. So these are some journal papers and websites through which, thank you. You can go for some questions if you want. Okay. Voltage is never going to be you elaborate your question.
Yeah, hello, welcome to the afternoon session. It's a tutorial. We are continuing with blockchain applications. We are continuing with the case studies. So in this tutorial, I'm going to cover the case studies of document-based records and of Power Ledger. So document-based records on blockchain. The idea is usually you do not store the documents themselves on blockchain. You store them in an external storage, such as a specialized database, and then you secure the storage in the chain. For example, you compute the hash of the data stored in the database, and you put that hash on the blockchain. That's a common idea in a hybrid storage. And in particular, it's common. So what is the solution for the offline part of the storage? One frequently used technology in this context is the IPFS. So IPFS provides file sharing peer-to-peer network, and it stores and shares the data in distributed hash table. I'm going to cover IPFS in my very last lecture in this course, so the last day. So I'm not going to expand much of it now. But so why do we want to store document-based records on blockchain? Well, it's the usual fare. It's paperless, right? So it helps with the digitalization of the society. It provides better transparency for the purpose of auditing. It enhances verification, and also sort of long term, hopefully it develops higher trust in the society, for the society to higher trust in the infrastructures. And it's also cost effective. So let's talk about challenges, but also applications. So what kind of documents? Well, in the first lecture today, we have already seen how government of India is storing land property information on chain. So that's one example. So grade certificates and diplomas is another common example. And some universities in Europe basically put all of their diplomas on the blockchain. Okay, what next? Insurance records, immunization records, which was like very important during the COVID pandemics. Health-related record, know your customer information, government-issued certificates such as driving license, and so on. Those can also be integrated with digital identity management, and can be stored in personal data wallets. The challenges, of course, are multifold. So one of the challenges is obviously consent management. So management, or generally speaking, management of access to the sensitive documents, and data privacy upon the management. So strict access control, but it's much beyond the access control. So tomorrow, when describing the application or the use of blockchain in healthcare, I'll talk about consent management in that context. So there is a need to integrate with a variety of cryptographic solutions in order to address these challenges. Now we start with a case study of certificate chain, or cert chain in brief. It's yet another project developed by the Blockchain Center under the government of India. So in cert chain, you have internal internal blockchain storage, and then it would be used, or the idea is to use it by the police department, professional courses, government department, but also accreditors, validators, testers, and a number of local bodies who would be storing, for example, birth certificates, and also educational institutions. So again, like the number or the variety of certificate that can be stored on the system is very high. So the architecture of cert chain is very similar to the architecture of other similar systems. So it's very similar to the architecture we saw in the first lecture today. Again, you have the cert chain and the portable database as the core. Again, together providing hybrid knowledge. You have services built atop the storage solution, and you have API towards individual types of users. So that part is again very similar. You've already heard 2 lectures today on smart grids. So I guess this is just a very brief summary. It's a subset of what you have already seen. But the point here is that some of the smart grid is standardized. For example, NIST is the standardization body in the United States. And in particular, it has standardized the framework for smart grids so as to allow individual organizations or operators within the framework to be hooked into the framework, to connect to the framework. And yeah, so this is NIST framework and roadmap for smart grid interoperability standards, release number 3. Interoperability standard means, again, like how different entities or entities of different types could adhere to communication standards when building a holistic infrastructure. So as you can see the amount of diversity exhibited in the framework. So there is there are service providers, operations, distributions, markets, smart homes, smart hospitals, smart installations, and well, variety of smart meters. And in the commercial world, there is like how we build automation in this infrastructure. So yeah, it's just continuation of the standardization effort, conceptual reference model, where you can see the functionalities of the service providers, operators, but also markets and bulk generation, with the customer connected to the infrastructure for internet and e-business solutions. All right, so now we are coming to the interesting new part, namely how blockchain can be used to support smart grid. Again, you've already seen some of that, but I'm going to expand on the variety of different functionalities and benefits that blockchain can bring to smart grid. So you have peer-to-peer energy trading, where the energy trade would be more like bottom-up, would not go through some centralized organization. So that's the meaning of peer-to-peer, direct trade between producers and consumers. And in this case, smart contracts may implement the paper-based contracts and regulate the trade. Grid management. So there would be, the grid needs to be managed, like all different elements in the grid, and so the grid can also be federated, namely it may consist of microgrids, right? So how is the architecture recorded and how is the information flowing between different components in the grid represented in storage? So grid management and the configuration of the grid, all this information can be stored on-chain. Green certification and e-mobility is something I'm going to cover in next slides. Energy theft detection as well. But smart grid, combination of smart grid with blockchain can increase consumers' trust in energy billing and reporting and in the verification process. So this is one particular proposal to use blockchain in the context of smart grid management. So here you see that there is a variety of microgrids connected to the power grid. So microgrid means regional grid or a grid within, say, a neighborhood. So there could be like it's called a smart neighborhood in the context of smart grid, and those smart neighborhoods, they may be self-arranging in the sense that there is no single central body which overviews the emergence of different smart grids or microgrids. So how do they self-organize? That's one question. How do they ensure secure transactions and communications between them? And how do they report the information about the operation? So there is a cloud-based monitoring and reporting and storage, of course. And there is a hybrid architecture in the cloud. And that hybrid architecture takes advantage of the chain. So this is a proposal due to the Smart Grid Energy Management on Blockchain project managed by Dr. Moody. Another use case would be blockchain for e-mobility. So in blockchain for e-mobility, there is, so this is about the infrastructure of charging, for example, electric vehicles. This is just one potential use of the framework. So in this framework, different electric vehicles may be moving along the road and maybe, of course, maybe connecting to the charging stations. But sometimes, instead of connecting to the infrastructure, such as the charging station, they may connect to each other, and so it may be possible to conduct a trade between two electric vehicles. For example, one electric vehicle has significant amount of charge left in the battery, while the other vehicle urgently needs to charge the battery. So in this case, instead of using the infrastructure, it's possible to connect the two vehicles. However, the main challenge, of course, is how to discover potential buyers and sellers at a given moment in time in a given location, but also how to conduct the transactions in a safe and secure way, how to perform the payment between the two participants. So all those questions all those questions need to be addressed by the framework, and again the framework supports all such transactions and communication. Yet another example would be tracking emissions. So in this case, usually in the industrial world, there is a quota of allowed emissions. So a factory or a ship or a given industry is allowed to produce only a certain amount of emissions. And of course, there are those initiatives about green computing and making the world greener in general. So those initiatives try to bring the amount of initiative as close to zero as possible. Well, of course, it may not be possible to eliminate emissions completely. So anyway, there is a certain amount of quota. Now, if, say, the industry goes over the quota, the industry would be fined for that. If the industry manages to do better than the quota, there might be some benefits for the industry. For example, the industry may be given credits, and those credits have also financial value, so they may be used in the future. They may be sold as a token to other industries. So therefore, there is a need to provide the framework for emission trading and credits. So in a paper, a permission blockchain-enabled trustworthy and incentivized emission trading system, they came up with a conceptual framework for such a trade. And the framework is based on blockchain and based on a variety of contracts. There is a bidding contract, a trading contract, and a selling contract. Selling, obviously, from the seller, bidding from the buyer, and the trading contract when a match is found, they sign a trading contract, which regulates the relation between the buyer and the seller, and all those contracts are executed and registered on distributed ledger. Yet another application. Yet another application I would like to mention, or another use case, is energy theft detection. So in this illustration, again, something you've already seen from the lecture on smart grid, there is a utility provider in the center, and then you have different DSOs or DNOs in the architecture. So each DSO would be responsible for a subset of consumers. So you can see it as another type of federation. And we also need to differentiate between electricity flow and data flows in such an architecture. So, so that's the architecture. Now, what's the problem? The problem is that sometimes the energy consumption may be underreported. Why would it be underreported? It could be underreported because of a faulty smart meter. It could be underreported because of deliberate tampering. So how do we distinguish between the two, and how do we detect that something fishy is going on? So in the paper, Designing a Blockchain-Enabled Privacy-Preserving Energy Theft Detection System for a Smart Grid Neighborhood Area Network, so the authors proposed such a conceptual framework. And the framework is again based on blockchain, but using also sort of not specially crafted, but specially like carefully selected cryptographic primitives. So the idea of the framework is that So there is again a contract for energy consumption, and the data is being sent to the cloud in real time, and it's also analyzed in real time. And it turns out that the performance can be sufficiently good in this kind of scheme, so as to allow real-time detection. So these are some performance numbers to support that the framework is able to detect energy thefts or leak of energy, and also classify the cause of the leak. Also, in the upper tables, what you can see is the comparison of the actual energy consumption and the reported energy consumption. So this information is just for our benefit in order to be able to assess the success of the framework. This information is not directly available to the framework. So we can see that under-reporting is going on, but in some cases there is even over-reporting. So this is like the ground truth. This is what's going on, but that information is not available to the framework. Instead, the framework has to monitor it by itself, and what you see in this table is the result of the monitoring and the detection outcome. So the framework classifies the outcome according to different types. So it could be energy theft, it could be faulty smart meter, and over-reporting is obviously faulty smart meter. Now the last table in this slide shows the performance of the system. So it shows the latency, the total latency. The total latency includes both the latency of the communication and also the latency due to the analysis. So it's combined latency. And as you can see, the the system is able to provide a high amount of transactions per second, and cope with it, and also at the same time provide low latency for the detection. So why to go for this design alternative? Why use blockchain along with carefully selected cryptographic primitives? So of course we could deploy more smart meters. If we deploy multiple smart meters, it becomes more difficult. It becomes less likely that all smart meters will be faulty. So we will be able to overcome the failure of a smart meter. However, this requires extra cost for the devices. So that's the downside. Next, we could also use machine learning approaches in order to try to detect and classify the faulty behavior. So what's the problem? The problem is that usually it requires significant amount of processing and training. And in particular, in order to train the model, you need sufficient number of historic data. And if what happens today, so today there is a heat wave, but the last month there was no heat wave. In this case, the data from the last month may actually be misleading for the model. So the accuracy may not necessarily be very good if using machine learning. And additionally, we need significant amount of data, and also the interpretation of the result, the detection based on the trained model would also take some time. So it's still a valid approach, but not without drawbacks. While the blockchain-based architecture does not have those drawbacks. Okay, next I would like to talk about a case study, a different case study of the Power Ledger. So Power Ledger is, as of today, probably the most popular blockchain-based platform for power trading. So it actually provides a variety of functionalities: peer-to-peer trading, a microgrid and embedded network operation and management, carbon trading, transmission exchange, distributed market management, and quite a few other functionalities. So it's a blockchain project for energy applications at global level. One of the recent news is Power Ledger powered with Solana. Solana is yet another cryptocurrency which we have not covered in this course. But it's based on the proof of elapsed time, similarly to Sawtooth. And it's one of the cryptocurrencies providing perhaps the highest throughput of transactions. So, so Power Ledger has actually two tokens. So it's like two cryptocurrencies in one. So one token is a higher level token, Power token, but there is another token called SparkZ, and that's like a lower level token. So this the main token exposed to the external applications Power token. So one could say it's the main token from Power Ledger when interacting with external applications. And thanks to this token, the Power Ledger provides decentralized solutions for producers and utilities to track, trace, and trade energy efficiently within local markets. So here is an example of how peer-to-peer trading is done in Power Ledger. So POWR tokens can be used directly in peer-to-peer trading between producers and consumers. Consumers and producers are collectively called prosumers. So it should be between producers and consumers with near zero intermediation because it's a peer-to-peer trade. And as mentioned, dual token ecosystem, where SparkZ tokens are priced, issued, and redeemed in the local currency, and POWR tokens allow access to the Power Ledger applications. So you see some examples on the right-hand side for retail applications and for peer-to-peer direct transactions. So in peer-to-peer direct transactions, there is a need to buy POWR token, which is converted to the local market token SparkZ, and which will be delivered to consumers. And this is the architecture of Power Ledger. In the past, it was built on Ethereum blockchain, but now it has partnered with Solana, so I'm not sure if both Ethereum and Solana play a role, or they want to replace Ethereum in favor of Solana. Then the next layer would be Power Ledger Core, and Power Ledger Core includes elements such as oracles. We talked about oracles in the lecture on smart contracts. There is escrow management, and of course dispute resolution. Then on top of the core, there are echo chain services based on the consortium blockchain. And it also uses state channels similarly to Hyperledger Fabric. Those services include services for meter reading, token management, asset management, incentivization, and so on. And on top, the topmost layer, even though it's in the bottom in the illustration, is applications, which is called Fusebox in the Power Ledger terminology. So the applications would include peer-to-peer energy trading, autonomous asset management, charging of electric vehicles, carbon trading, and emissions, and emission tracking. And microgrid network management, and so on. So the information presented in this lecture is again based on the information provided by the Center of Excellence in Blockchain Technology, but it's also based on the Power Ledger white paper, and specific projects were based on, or illustrations about specific use cases were based on academic papers, such as the papers from Dr. Moody. And this is the end of the lecture. I would like to thank you for the attention.